Hello, everyone. Hello, welcome back to the Chill Art Sunday. Thank you all so much for joining today's stream. I hope you all are doing very well, and as always, I hope you are doing better than me and that your week has been a good one too. Welcome back to the Chill Art Sunday. Happy Sunday! Hello, everybody. Let's art. I made up a new word today. Arting. Yeah, arting is now a word, so let's art. It's a word, it's a verb, it's everything. Hello, Pianist Dragon. Hello, Dragon Boy. Happy Sunday, everyone. Thank you for joining. Hello there. Hi. Let's go here. Commissions 2023. And let's keep working on that very heavily overdue commission that should have been finished over a year ago. But good news, I am now close to finishing it. So let's do it. Do it. As Palpatine would say. Wow, that is taking a while to load. How heavy is this file? 392 megabytes. Oh, come on, Photoshop, it's not that heavy. Shouldn't take that long to load. No problem, Dragon Boy. Alright. Excuse me. Let's see, where was I and what am I supposed to do next? It feels a bit slow too. How much RAM is in use right now? Come on. Task Manager. Open up. I don't like this slowness. Why is it so slow? Oh, that's why. Why? Seriously, why? Why is eating up so much of my RAM all of a sudden? It was running just fine moments ago. Details. Come on, what's it? It is Photoshop eating up so much RAM. Why? This file was not taking up so much RAM last time. It's really weird. Man, I need more RAM. Hey, that rhymed. Anyway, let's... oh, you know what? Maybe if I close the file and open it again with Photoshop already on screen, maybe that'll help. It certainly won't. Actually, that made no difference. What the actual hell? Okay, let me try this. Close Photoshop. Now let's open Photoshop and then open the file. Yeah, that seems better. Let's open now Alpha 0. Let's see how much. Oh no, look at that. RAM go up. Do you guys know any safe link to download more RAM? Man, I seriously need more RAM. Jesus Christ. Even the SSD is peaking now. Why? What is wrong here? Well, let's roll with this and hopefully nothing's going to crash. You ban people for showing what? That doesn't make sense, Dragon Boy. Dragon Boy, not to sound rude, but here is not the place for you to do your laundry. That is an euphemism, of course. Alright, let's see, where was I last time and what am I supposed to do next? Now, obviously, I was working on these paw prints on the snow. Not finished with them. I think I finished 2 sets, you know, prints for 2 legs. And I believe I was supposed to start the next one. So let's see, I guess I've done paw prints for these, for this paw. And for this one, I think. I guess I haven't done the paw prints for the back legs. Well, I have, I just haven't really positioned them. Well, I have, I just haven't, you know, squished and squeezed and gave perspective and distorted and stuff to make it actually look like it is in the snow. What I did do is make references. That's what I did. Okay, let me get myself reacquainted with my own stuff. So left paw prints is here. Oh, hi, back. Hi, Mike. How are you doing? Welcome back, pianist. Okay, and the references are here. So I want this to be 50% opacity. Okay, I believe I got myself reacquainted with the stuff. So I have done both front paws. Let's now do the back paws. Of course I gotta do that joke. Hold up, before I do that, let me drop the opacity. Actually no, let's just hide these. Yeah, that way I'm not going to get myself confused. Of course I gotta do dad jokes. I may not be a dad, but I like dad jokes. They are good. Now you know who's not good at dad jokes? My phone. When I ask my phone to tell me a dad joke, it always gives me the crappy ones. Here. Let's see. Tell me a dad joke.
Who isn't allowed in the zoo's quiz team? The cheetah.
See, they are not good. My phone is dumb. Well, it's not really my phone, it's Google. The Google assistant is dumb. Cortana had way better jokes. I liked Cortana. But Microsoft just had to assassinate her, didn't they? Like they do with everything that is good and they put their hands on. Oh well. It is what it is. Yeah, cheetah jokes are tired. Even as the jokes go. Yeah, and mind you, almost every single time that I ask Google Assistant to tell a joke, that is the very first one it tells. I wish I was making that up. Okay, I think that is good. Let me bring these back into view for comparison. Yeah, that seems alright. Repeating it makes it less fun. Indeed it does. Indeed it does. But seriously, Cortana as an assistant on the phone, it was so much better than Google Assistant. Like, one thing that I used Cortana quite often actually, back in the day, when I was daily driving my Lumia with Windows Phone, was to set a reminder when I park the car in downtown. Set a reminder to remind me to come back to the car, and if I took too long, of course, to add more time to the parking meter. So all I would have to do was grab the phone, activate Cortana, and say, "Hey Cortana, set a reminder." No, wait, what was the phrase? "Remind me in 2 hours to add more time to the parking meter." And Cortana would just do it. She would set a reminder to ring exactly 2 hours later with the phrase, "Add more time to the parking meter." I would not have to do anything. Whenever I try to do that with the Google Assistant, the Google Assistant takes me to a screen where I have to manually set the time I want the thing to do, to ring, or actually after an update, it did set the reminder mostly by itself, but I still had to give it several other inputs, and that's just cumbersome. I hated that. Cortana was so much better. So much better. Where... Okay, I guess I'm going to use this one here. Copy that. And paste it here. So hold up a second. I am doing the back right paw. Yes, I am. I should probably go ahead and create a group right now before I get myself confused. Yeah, back, right, paw, prints. And let's go ahead and dump these layers into that group now. So this red paw print here belongs to that paw. This one and that one, okay. So now I place this here. Give it some perspective. Rotate it. Wait, should I rotate? Yes, I should. Just a little bit counterclockwise instead of clockwise like I was originally going to do. Now, for perspective, this is the tricky part. Well, sort of tricky.
When it comes to video games, nobody can
Not really tricky.
Television more sophisticated and lifelike. Gentlemen, move over for my friend Commodore Home Computer System. Commodore does more than your machine.
It might be on the wrong spot. Maybe a little more over here. Yes, that is better. By the way, am I naming these? I am not. No problem. Are you keeping up with the Commodore? Because the Commodore is keeping up with you. Are you guys keeping up with the Commodore? Sadly, the Commodore is not keeping up with us anymore. My auditory focus, so I am going to have this music for sure. No problem, pianist, no problem. Though the timing you said that shortly after I sung a little bit of the song, that was poor timing. Just kidding. Excuse me. The Commodore 64 and the Commodore Amiga, they had many great games. Even to this day, there's people in those communities who are still making games for those systems. It's really awesome. And really good games too. Even though those computers, they were incredibly limited. You don't know what a Commodore is? Dragon Boy, shame on you. Shame, shame on you. How dare you not be a boomer? Nah, but seriously, Commodore was a brand. They went bankrupt in 1994 or 95, whereabouts of the mid-90s. They were basically the home computer system maker back in the 80s and 90s. Wait, what am I looking for here? Distort. But they lost to the IBM PC and IBM clones. And Windows, of course. On the strict sense of the word, I am not a boomer. I'm not a boomer, Dragon Boy. On the meme sense of the word, yes. Man, I was alive when the wall fell. I'm gonna draw a beard on my dragon. His dad has one. Well, actually no. His dad doesn't have a beard. His dad has a goatee. I mean, isn't a goatee technically kind of like a beard? Just shaped differently. kind of feel like I need to skew that paw print a bit. Let's try it. Oh yes. That's much better. However, I am getting myself a little confused with this one here. Let's hide it. Let's hide the front paw prints. Now this one is not going to be visible, but I'll modify it a little bit. This one could use a little bit of skewing too. There's something off about this one. I mean, none of them are in their finished states, obviously. But even on this stage, there's... I kind of feel like there's something off about this one. I'm not going to touch it now, however. Because, you know, as I always say, basics first. So let's finish the basics. Skew, distort, to give it some more perspective. There's a million gruesome ways to die. Yeah, that's a cool villain song, isn't it? The game this song is from is shaping out to be a very great game when it launches. I have yet to play the demo of that. Actually, can I even call it a demo? It's more like a tech preview. A tech demo of the game. Anyway, point is, I have yet to try that on stream. Or at all. I downloaded it some time ago, I just didn't get around to try it yet. There, I think I got it. Yeah, that was looking fine, I guess. Let's save. Always remember to frequently save your progress often. No, frequently and then often, well, that's kind of redundant, isn't it? Point is, save. Billy needs to accept their fate? What do you mean their fate? Billy's a girl. It's her fate. And no, she doesn't. You do, however. Do I want to squeeze this? No, let's go around and... Yeah, now. Scale. Let's squish this a bit. Granted, English is not my first language, but as far as I have learned, there is used for plural, which means more than one individual or thing. There are times when it is applicable, but it doesn't feel like that time is now. But again, English is not my language, my first language, so I may be completely wrong. Oh, this is shaping up to be quite fine.
The audience's prime, each attack right on time. Seeing you entwined is so worthwhile. But why stop there at a lion, a bear?
Yeah, I think that is fine.
Share, why don't you
Let's keep it.
smile? The final act is sure to be a theatrical plot twist worthy.
Alright, and I think this should do it for the back right paws. So let's close this, and let's now make the... let's move this down here first. Let's make the paw prints for the final leg, which is the left back leg. Left back paw prints. And flip this vertically. Wait a minute. I may have made a mistake. So you see how this toe... No, wait a second. No, wait. Hold up. Shut up, everybody. I gotta think. I gotta think. I gotta think before I speak. Alright, have fun, Dragon Boy. No, maybe this is actually right. Maybe this is actually right as it is. Well, let's roll with this. Scale. I'm not going to sing for you. What do I look like? A karaoke machine? Bye, Dragon Boy. Alright, switch to distort now. Because perspective can only do so much. And yes, I know this is basically pretty much off and not actually matching the paw. It doesn't really have to match the paw. That's the thing. Besides, this one is not going to be visible. This is basically just a point of reference. Right? So I just need to get it to be close to the paw. Or to what the paw actually is like. Anyway, let's save. And oh nice, I only have to do fewer of these. Only 2 more. That's going to make things a lot easier. Let's do some skewing. Yeah. And maybe a little bit of perspective. No, not there. For there, we are going to use distort. Do some rotation. You know what, let's go back to skew and then do the skewing I did there. Let's switch it around. Think that looks good? Maybe scaled. I almost dropped my pen on the floor. Jesus Christ. I would be very mad if I dropped this pen on the floor. Even more mad if it broke. Anyway, let's do a bit more scaling here. Again, for perspective's sake. Now this calls for a little bit more rotating. And that should do it. Yes, I think that is looking good. Let's now do the final one. I don't understand why Photoshop is taking up so much RAM today. It wasn't being this slow and taking so much RAM last time. Look, it's still trying to save. And it's been several seconds since I hit Ctrl S to save. I do not like this. Wait, I think I got it. Did I? No, it still needs a bit more tweaking here. There. That'll do it. Let me just move it a bit. Alright, let's hide now all of those references. If I can find them. And also bring all of the other paw prints into view. Where's the references? Am I blind? Right front, left front. Ah, here. Found it. Hide them. Yeah. For starters, I believe this is looking good. And you know what? I am going to group these groups. Paw prints. There we go. That should reduce how many things I'm gonna have on this list of layers. And make it easy for me to move all of these down below Diane as they are supposed to be. Yeah, there. See? That's more like it. Alright. Let's see. What am I going to do next with these? Maybe I should save as Alpha 1 so I can keep these paw prints as they are now as a backup in case I mess them up, because I'm still gonna do more stuff to them before I actually turn them into actual paw prints. But before I do that, let me see if there is anything else that I gotta do on this picture. Well, there is, but let me see if there's anything else that I should be doing now before I move on to another file. Maybe I could work on her scales now, since I think I have figured where my light source is. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna do that. I will also make a new color set here, and this one is for the scales. Scales colors set. Let's sample this as a base. And this one too. I think that is a good shade. I think the best way to test is if I use an actual scale brush. Here, I think here, I think this one. No, that's the wrong one. I think this one is the one that I used. No, that is the wrong one too. There, that's the one that I used originally. Yeah, that looks fine. What about this one? Oh, I didn't modify this one yet. Derp. Herp derp. Actually, no, I think I was using pure white for this one. Yeah, you know what? Maybe a little bit of blue. Just very bright. No. More white. Yeah, that's better. That's more balanced. Good. Now then. Let's save these two colors to the color set as samples. Put them there. And let's sample these two again. So I can make the dark version of these colors. Let's grab the scale brush once more. If I can find it. There it is. I think of the tone, or the lightness, or darkness in this case, is fine, but the hue, I don't know, it seems a bit dead. Let's give it a little more saturation. Yes, that is looking a little better. Let's go all the way. No, that is now not dark enough. Seems better. Yes, I think this is going to work. Let's now do this one. This one has to be darker, but also bluer. That might be too dark. Yeah, I think this works. Yeah, I'm gonna go with these two colors. Let's save it to the color set and start applying these scales. There we go. Let's begin with the light scales. This brush right? Right. Let's save. And now let me find the layer where I have applied those test scales. Right here. Alright. Alright, let's hide that and rename this to test scales. And the new layer will be renamed to body scales. Let's make this brush a little bigger. Let's go to size 200. And let's begin. Hold on, first of all, the light source will be like around up here, more or less. Obviously just way up high in the sky. It's in space! First, I messed up again. Oh, for the love of God. First, I am going to do the scales on her back. And then I'm going to worry about the scales on the wings. Messed up this part here. Again! You know, maybe I should start here. No. And yes, I know I am applying the wrong color to this part of her body. Don't worry about that. I'll change this later. Ah, I just remembered something. This is supposed to be warped a bit. So for this kind of texture here, it doesn't really make much of a difference if I warp around her anatomy or not. But I'm doing it anyway. Let's do a little isolation here. Frick. This can be better. Better. No, gotta be better. Come on, Mike. You can do it. Oh, you know what? Let me do this on a separate layer so I can then warp around too, without messing this one up. And then later I'm going to merge these two together. After all, they are supposed to be on one single layer. Welcome back, pianist. Ah, there we go, that's better. Alright, let's do that warping and see how much better this is going to look like. Alright, that was too much zoom. Isn't Ace Attorney a series where you basically just gotta do reading? Ah, that kind of silence you needed. Understood. Though for some reason it reminded me of that meme of the woman in the car squeezing her eyes while turning down the volume of the radio to see something outside of the car, and the text saying, that moment when you lower the volume of the radio so you can see better. I have to do what? Oh, I think I asked if hold up a second, my brain just blue screened. I questioned for the moment if Ace Attorney isn't a series where you only gotta do reading. But then you immediately said that you needed to think without distraction. Okay, this should do it. Yes, that works. Also, for right now, her scales are going all over the place. She's like oozing scales everywhere. Excuse me. Don't worry, I will fix that. One step at a time. Yeah, I've seen gameplay of Ace Attorney, just never played any of those games myself. But it's the objection! Lauren series, yes, I know that. Yeah, I have watched many not many playthroughs, I have watched a few, mostly Game Grumps, of Ace Attorney. Just never played any of those games myself, not yet anyway. I think that's it for those scales. Let's do some on her tail. Excuse me. Wait, shouldn't her tail have these? I guess so. Then again, let me toy around with this one here a bit. 50? No, that's too small. Let's do 80. Yeah, 80 seems a bit better. Yeah, no, it doesn't work for the tail. Let's go back with this, or to this. Let's keep doing this, following the reference. 175 seems to be a little too large for the tail. How about 150? Still too much. Let's drop all the way to 100. Yeah, that's better. Okay, now for this part of her tail, I actually do need a larger brush. That is way too much. I have less scales visible there. Just a bit. There we go. Now let's try warping these. For the back spines, no. All of this excess here, I'm going to erase it. So the spikes are not going to have the scales. It doesn't even make sense for spikes to have scales. Usually, of course. Unless you want them to have. But that's not how I was going to do them originally. No, these are just for the tail. Her actual skin. Right now, I am basically just putting stuff in place to fix later. You know, like moving into a new house. You don't immediately put your furniture in the exact positions you want, your stuff in the furniture and stuff. No, you just dump all the boxes everywhere, and you organize stuff bit by bit later on. Yes, these are Seesaw Trims dragon scale brushes. They are amazing. Years ago, I actually tried to make brush scales like these. I just couldn't do it because I didn't really know what I was doing. So I ended up giving up on that. And then she released these for free actually on her Ko-fi, like I think it was last year. Yes. And they are exactly what I tried to do last year. No, not last year, a few years ago. They are just perfect. Okay, I think this would do. So now let's merge these two together. Alright, let's erase all of this excess before I move on and make more scales. Let's see, where's the body line art? It's right there. Hold on. That's why it selected the inside as well, because it's open right here. Yeah. Let's see, how am I going to deal with this? Easy. I am going to bring the body line art again into Photoshop whenever I can find it. There it is. Dump this here. Now select everything, copy, and paste it here. Nice. Let's remove the guidelines. The only thing I need this layer for is to make a selection. There. Now select, modify, expand. Let's expand by 2. Good. And let's grab a very large, hard, round brush for the eraser. That'll do. Let's go back to the layer where I have the scales. Here, body scales. And let's hide that black line art. And yes, guys, I know the spikes still have the scales. I'm working on it. There we go. Now let's let's fine-tune this job. And yes, the scales are still the wrong color. I know, everyone. Don't worry. It's actually way better for me to have the scales red, well, more magenta, but still, like this, on the light part of her body, because it makes it a lot easier for me to see them. And it's important now because, well, I gotta get them done right before I give them the proper color they are supposed to have. Gotta be careful not to erase any bits of the scales on her body. Only on the spikes. Alright, here is somewhere where I have to be a little careful. Because multiple different layers are intersecting here and being very visible. And we need a smaller brush for more accuracy. There we go, that's much better. Actually, you know what? Let's fix these scales on the wings later. Or the wing, because I haven't done the other one yet. So for now it is only one. Singular, not plural. Technically speaking, this is still only the second time that I am using these brushes on any artwork. So I kind of still don't know what I'm doing with them. I'm just doing it. Alright, let's wait for this thing to save. There. Alright, let's work now on the wings here. Why do I keep saying wings? There's only one for the moment. Let's very carefully erase this along the line art. Now you see, I am running the eraser in an area that apparently has no scales. But I'm doing it because they could be there, but they're just not really visible because of how much opacity they have. I don't know what, I could hide the marking. That should help a little bit. Yeah, there, see, there's some here, but if I keep the marking on, yeah, right here, if I have the marking on, they are basically invisible, but they are there. And these are not supposed to be here. Not like this, anyway. This part of her body is going to receive scales as well, scales like these. Just not these. Because these are all wrong. All wrong for this part of the body. Can I be honest with you? She kind of looks naked now without the marking on. I got used to having this here, which she's supposed to have. But having this layer disabled just makes she look very naked. I mean, she's a dragon and she is always naked, of course, but you know what I mean. It's strange. Yeah. You can show this on Twitch. Well, dip. Too late now. There we go. Girl, put a jacket on. There, much better. Let's save this. Saving, there we go. This part here doesn't look too right. Let me see if I can fix it. Start talking about jacket. Man, I have found just a couple days ago a perfect example of what I was yapping about in regards to putting jackets on winged creatures, jackets and other pieces of clothing. Let me see if I can find that, because find is one thing. Although if I found that artwork just a couple days ago, I have already downloaded a bunch of other stuff to my personal collection, so God knows where that went. Alright, let's give it some time for Windows Explorer to load all of these in order of dates, because it's going to take a while. I have 26,156 pictures in this folder. Actually, 26,155 items, because one of them is a folder. It's a folder where I keep a few specific images that I like to use for wallpaper. Anyway, let's give this some time, and hopefully I will find that picture. In the meantime, let's keep working on fixing these scales. And some very light touches with the eraser. There we go. Maybe a little bit more here. Oh, you know what? I won't do it now, but I kind of feel like there should be some scales just for this part of her leg here. Then again, the light source is on this side. Would it make much sense? I'll experiment. Let's do some experimentation on a new layer. Oh, this layer is still here? Okay. By the way, where have I put the layer of the body line arts? The one all in black. Oh, it's right here. Alright, let's move this down. And, no, not this. Is there anything on this? No, okay. Let's resize this back to its original size of 175. That is not 175. That's 1750. That is way too big. Hang on, let me hide these for the moment. Or maybe smaller scales might be what I want for this part here. Yeah. No, actually no. Go back to this one. I changed my mind. Let's go with this one. I'll just make the brush itself a little larger. Okay. Maybe some over here. Maybe just not yet. Let's see if I can make this work. I do not know if what I am doing now is going to work out. Okay, let me make that very clear. I might have to trash all of this altogether. But if it does work, then it should look very nice. Let's switch now to a soft round brush. $200 is going to be too big for this. Oh, would you look at that? We can't really see it, but there are scales still somewhere up here. No, no, no. That cannot be. There's still something over here. Or here. Oops. Cancel that. That also cannot be. Okay, that is much better now. Yes, that's how it should be. And speaking of how it should be, let's warp. So this can have more shape, as it is supposed to. Now we erase the excess. Very nice. Let's bring these scales back into view and see what this looks like. Oh, you know what? This might work. I'm gonna keep it for now, but as a separate layer. For the moment, let's just name this leg scales. And the save. Is this done sorting by date? Nope. Okay, let's color these magenta scales and give them their proper color. So this, and let's lock the body scales layer. This will be easier for me to do if I do not have this layer visible. Actually, let's hide the background itself as well. And this, and this. Yeah. Now I should be able to see what I am doing. Now I'm not sure how far these scales actually go, so let's try and cover as much area here as possible. Alright, now that I am away from the magenta marking there, I can safely switch to a larger brush. Larger. That'll do. Soon I might need a 5 minutes bathroom break, everybody. So please bear with me. Alright, let's do now the same thing over here. And there we go. Let's bring her body color back into view. And the background. Look at that. I don't see anything. Oh no, wait, I do. It's just my eyes are still readapting to having so much brightness on the screen. Because everything was black just a moment ago. Anyway, point is, the scales are there now. And with the proper color. She's looking so much better with these now. So much better. Oh, it's done sorting. Alright, let me see if I can find that picture that I was talking about. It is a recent download. It was a dragon wearing a jacket. Where... was it this one? Yes! Not a jacket, actually full clothing. Alright, first of all, for the record, I am not criticizing the artist, who apparently is Eva Rayo. Because, man, how could I? This is beautiful, it's gorgeous. Alright, this is just my pet peeve with absolutely anything. Not anything, any winged creature that is drawn with some kind of clothing on. Regardless of who makes it, or how good the artwork is, or how bad. This is a pet peeve of mine, where they draw the clothing on the creature, and it just looks like the wings are clipping through. Like, you know, in a video game when some object just goes through a wall, for example, you know, kind of like that. This is what I see here. Because realistically speaking, of course, it's not supposed to be real. But even if it were, I mean, it doesn't have to be as if it were real. But, you know, it has to look natural. And the face doesn't look natural. It just looks like the wings are clipping through. If this were a 3D character in a video game, it would look like the wings, the 3D model of the wings were just clipping through the texture of the clothing. Because how does this work? You know, how, if I were to draw this, like, let me see if I can try to replicate that. And let's say this here is where the neck is, the chest, there's the belly, and at some point here it obviously ends, so the tail goes here. Like a tail poking through a cape on the Anthropochar's. That too. That is another thing that angers me a bit. Anyway, and here's the back, right? That doesn't connect. Or whatever. Okay, so this here, this basically just implies there is a hole in the exact shape. The exact, right? No deviation at all. In the exact shape of the wing and the membrane of the wing too. Right? Like that. There's just a hole there. And, oops. Let's draw this thing here too, because it kind of looks like that. Right? Also, I just realized this dragon is wearing shorts. It's awesome, but my pet peeve is so triggered by this. Okay, so there's just a hole shaped in the exact same shape and size of the wing and its membrane here. How does that work? Like just this little piece of the clothing here, for example. It can't just stay there all snugly like that. It would be flopping. It would be flopping down like this at best. It would be flopping down, you know. It would be flopping. It would be just hanging there. It wouldn't be snugly like this. And even if it could do that, how the hell would these wings even fit through this hole? How elastic would this shirt have to be to manage to fit these wings through without ripping the cloth apart? You know. Again, I'm not criticizing the artist. This art is amazing. I can only dream of ever being able to draw like this. It's just when you mix a winged creature with clothing. And that is a pet peeve of mine. It doesn't have to be amazing art, it can be bad art, it can be any kind of art. It's a pet peeve I have whenever someone mixes clothing with wings. The bigger the wings, the more my pet peeve is triggered. So yeah, this is a perfect example of what I was talking about last Sunday when we were discussing jackets and how you put clothing on winged creatures, especially dragons. It works for Pegasi ponies, okay, because their wings are much smaller and easier to fit through, and also usually ponies don't have their wings stretching along their body like dragons. Most dragons, they have the wing attached to their body all the way up until the back legs. Some dragons go even further up to the tail, like about here, which would make it even harder for any kind of clothing to be put on the dragon. But yeah, I do appreciate it when dragons are wearing some piece of clothing. It kind of looks cool, you know, like this one. It looks awesome. It's just the fact of how the hell does it work? You know? That's it. It's just it. It's a pet peeve of mine. Okay, it's not really a big deal. Anyway, let's just say that there's a very good reason why dragons are usually naked. Anyway, guys, I don't know what I ate last night, but I need a bathroom break, so I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Okay? Please bear with me. Something just went into my mouth. I hope it wasn't a mosquito. Because there was one flying around here. Anyway, I'll be back in a moment. Be right back.
Welcome to your first day on the job. This is your very own autopilot ship, where you will eat and sleep for the duration of your contract. Make yourself at home. To complete the onboarding process, you will want to check the instruction manual and sign into your ship's computer terminal. We trust you will be a great asset to the company. Great asset to the company. Asset. 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 Great asset.
Alright, I am back. I'm sorry it took so long, everybody. But you know, when nature calls, you have to answer. Alright, let's see, where was I? What was I doing? I believe I have just recolored the scales on her body. Yeah. Let's move on then. Excuse me. Let's now draw the scales on her wing. On her left wing. Here, 175. Let's make a new layer to not mix things up. And actually, this one I will merge with the body scales layer. On that note, hold on. Yeah, I think this here can be merged with this here. Let's do that. So here, give me leg scales and merge it down. Nice. Oops. Gotta do this right. Should the scales up here be smaller? Kind of feel like they should. In fairness, I am still learning how to use these brushes. This might work. Nice. See, when I was talking about last Sunday about curving textures around the anatomy of a character and not just simply leave them all flat. It makes it look so much more natural. Now, I'm not saying I'm doing this perfect, but it is much better than leaving everything flat. Now let's erase all of the excess. Okay, maybe 50 is too big for this area. Let's bring it down to 30. Oops, I did not mean to click on that. My bad. Now this area here might be a little tricky. I think a soft round brush is what I need for this part. Yeah, that's perfect. Perfect, perfect. Alright, let's switch back to the hard one. There's still scales around here somewhere. How can I tell? Simple. That selection for transforming the layer extended there, and it only extends as far as something is there. Yeah, there's still something here. Here somewhere. There we go, that's better. Why am I using brush 19? No, this should be 30. Let me now switch to a soft round one, so I can finish off this part here. That's too big of a brush. Let's go with 35. Okay, now I can use a bigger one.
You know, back when I was in the academy, we would follow every toast with a song.
Much better. Still not done, however. There's still stuff here that needs to be erased. Presumably around here somewhere. Yep, it's gone now. Very good. Now, because I'm not sure if there's any scales poking out of the line art of the wing in this area here, I can't really see them, I'm just gonna grab a soft round brush with the eraser and run it all along this area. Oh, actually, there's a way for me to find that very easily. Let's use the lasso and select this large perimeter and simply move the scales layer. Alright, nice. The only selection is here, where it should be. I don't see anything selected around, so good. Everything should be clear then. Alright, save this. And let's name this layer. I'll merge it down later, but for now I need it to be separated. So let's call it wing. I was gonna write wing legs. No. Wing scales. Okay, for starters, that is good. Needless to say, I am still very far from finishing any of these scales. Now here, still on the wing, still on this wing, where else should I draw more these scales and how should they look like? Some over here maybe, but smaller scales.
That's an interesting twist.
Yes, I guess that works. By the way, this song that is playing right now, this is a chiptune 8-bit not rendition. Frick. I forgot the word. It's an 8-bit version of the Weeknd. And I actually got a copyright claim on this before, so I'm going to skip it. Even though it's not the original song. That's very dumb if you ask me. This brush needs to be even smaller. Let's drop to 100. This might be a little complicated, but I can do it. I am erasing this way too close to the area that is not supposed to be erased. So just to be safe, let me start over. Man, I love working with layers. So helpful. Let's do this to make it easier for me to move. That wasn't very helpful. This would be. There we go. By the way, all of this that I am erasing right now, I am going to draw over here again later. It's just that these scales, they do not fit, not like this, not now. Right. And hopefully that is everything that I need to erase here for the moment. But yeah, that is fitting perfectly, it seems. Maybe not here, there's something there. Something that needs to go. No, that's better. Alright, save this. that seems good. Now these, I don't feel the need to warp them, to, you know, wrap them around the shapes of her body. I don't think that is necessary on these, not for now anyway. Let me add a little bit of scales here. Frick, instead of hitting 0, I just hit 5. It's meant to be 50. Brush number 50. I might sneeze, so be advised. Be advised so you don't get yourself startled. There, that should do it. Oh, wait a minute, I'm not supposed to merge yet. Okay, now I can merge. I needed to verify if I have erased everything that needed to be erased. Saving, it's done saving. By the way, Photoshop feels much faster now. Has it finally decided to use less RAM? No, it's still using a lot of RAM. But slightly less, I guess. Well, what matters is that it is not being sluggish anymore. Alright. Let's use another layer. Now this I might warp. The only problem is that warping ended up removing a bunch of the scales that were here originally. Yeah, not really a big deal. I can fix it. There. That's what I needed. Now let's remove all of the excess from this. Like this, so I can actually see what I am supposed to erase. I'm sorry for the silence, everybody. I'm just focusing very hard on this. And also appreciated the music playing in the background. If you have ever played Rocket League, you might recognize these songs. There we go. Alright, looks like there's nothing out of place. Very good. So let's merge these two together. I clicked the wrong thing. I just clicked on merge everything visible. That's fine. Control Z exists. Thank God. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Nice. Let's save before I break anything else. Now, I'm not done. Oh, rest assured I am not. Let's switch this brush to size 200. And on this new layer, let's add a little bit of this in some areas. I'm not sure if I am applying this quite correctly, but I hope I am. Let me start this over. No. Maybe I need this brush to be bigger. Let's go all the way to 300. That way this entire area can be covered. Also, let me hide this. Yeah, that might be enough. A little bit of that here. Yeah, that might be enough. Now the reason why I have just made these will make a lot more sense when I shade her. These are going to act as some light highlights on her wings. And yes, this time I actually used the term wings on the plural correctly, because I'm going to do the same thing for the other one, just later. Okay. Now here. Ah, fudge, I forgot to switch brushes. I'm supposed to be using the soft round one. Alright, let's see if I have raised all the excess of this. Yes, I have. Okay, and I believe this can be merged down just fine now. Yep. Very good. I think the only next thing that I gotta do for the highlights anyway is to change these colors to the proper color. Well, I say these, but I mean this is only one color, to the color it is supposed to have on these light areas. So let's do just that. Let's hide this and this so I can see. Lock the layer. Switch color and brush. Ah, here, found it. For a moment I couldn't find the wing. I am on the wrong layer, aren't I? What layer is this? What is here? Oh, I am on the correct layer. I just didn't merge them. Yeah, there we go. Now it is correct. Now this is going to work. Very nice. Look at this. Let's first recolor all of these scales that are close to the marking, and then I'll move up and do the rest of the wing. These here are the ones that require the most attention and care, so they can be recolored correctly. Because if I'm not careful, this happens, and that is just a bunch of poo-poo. Excuse me. And I very much would not like that. Now down here there's some too. Let us not forget. Now I don't know how far down these scales go, so let's go down there anyway, just in case. Not sure if there is anything here, so let's let's do this here too. Alright. And now we can work our way up. And making the brush larger as we go. Guys, as we get away from the marking, the safer it is to use a bigger brush to cover more ground. And I say safer just so I don't run the risk of, again, accidentally doing stuff like this. That would be just very bad. Let's bump up to 100 now. Let me hide this as well as this. Let's bump up now to 500. And there we have it. That should do it for the wing. For this wing, for now. Because needless to say, I am not done. Oh boy, I am not done. You know what, let's rename this to light. And let's do the same thing for the body scales layer. Because that's what these scales that I have just drawn are. They are the highlights. And these are going to be very important for when I do shading and lighting. Yeah, I think for starters that would do. But again, I'm not done. Let's draw some scales on this leg here now. More precisely around the paw. Now over here, it might maybe make a little sense to use the plates brush. Let's test it out. I'm not sure if this character would have those though. There's that. Pianist Dragon can tell me. How do I make this work? Now I'm just wondering if I should be using these plate scales on her legs. And then I immediately told myself that I'm not sure if this character would have these. You would be able to tell me. But I don't even know how I can make these work. What alternatively these actually? Yeah, these don't even look good. Alright, thanks for confirming. Sorry, I almost called you Dragon Boy. My bad. I'm bad with names. Thank you for confirming, pianist. Yeah, those don't even look good there. Alright, let's use the same ones that I have been used so far. Not much. We just need these for highlights. And to sell the idea that she has scales. Besides, this part here... Oh, this part here is actually supposed to be receiving a bunch of light. Kinda. Is it? I don't know. That is something I should think about, though. How to do dragon scales? I would need to look up some references. Yeah, if you plan on drawing the scales individually, like frick, I just bounced everything. My bad. Like more advanced artists do, be aware that is going to take ages. And frankly, I envy artists who can do that. They do such a good job of those, but man, draw every single scale on the body of a dragon. I cannot even fathom the idea of doing that. How complicated, how much time that must consume, you know? But yeah, if you ever plan on doing that, that should take forever. If done right, though, the results are amazing. But yeah, I myself wouldn't even know how to start with those. And I tried to learn that. That is the reason why I basically gave up and tried to make a dragon scale brush like the ones I'm using here right now. But again, I didn't make these, Seesaw Trim did. Fire Arts who does, I have one in mind already. Yeah, there's plenty of those out there. I just myself cannot really remember any particular name, but I do know a few myself too. I mean, I haven't met them. I know their art. But yeah. And besides, I think that for my style, these kind of scales here, they work better. They surely are much easier to do. And I am using the wrong brush. Yay. There might be something around here that needs to be erased. Actually, you know what? Instead, let's use a soft round brush. That is looking good. Yeah. Let's go ahead and recolor it. Wait, am I supposed to recolor now? Hold on. Is there more that I gotta do here? Right, Isaac. I know that artist. I believe I am watching him on DA. Actually, I think he uploaded just a few days ago, question mark? Man, that is amazing. I desperately need to clean up this inbox. Eclipse made it so much harder to keep up with stuff on the A. No, he actually did not upload recently. But I know the artist you are talking about. I just suddenly don't remember what his art looks like. Yeah. What was his name again? Where is Isaac? Isaac. Yeah, this one. His art is good, but there's something about his style that has always kind of made me, how can I say it? Made me keep a foot back, a foot at the door. That doesn't make sense. Anyway, there's something about his style that has always kind of triggered some red flags in my mind for some reason. But anyway, very good art. But yeah, these scales, they are individually drawn. And imagine doing this for an entire whole dragon. So much work. Great job. Great effect, it works. But man, that's a lot of work. Anyway, where was I? Right, I was going to recolor these scales. Let's do it. Yeah, I would assume so, pianist, but even then, that's still a lot of work. There we go. Now, speaking of work, let's do more work and give her back leg here a few high lid scales. Kind of feel like what I just said did not make much sense. When you get close, it kind of looks like trash, but from a distance it looks amazing. It also depends a bit on the style. And the strokes of the brush. But that statement is true. Excuse me. I don't think this should be here. That's a bit better, I guess. But yeah, not quite like that. Maybe not there. No highlight there. Instead, here on the knee area. And not too much, because again, I still have to bear in mind where the light source is supposed to be. Now, like that, with this collar, it just looks like she has got a bruise on her knee. Yeah, that does look like a bruise. Especially if I change the color and make this redder. Yeah, there, see? It looks like a bruise. Should this even be here, though? I don't really think there should be a highlight to this part here. No. Let's yeet this out of here. You know what, I think that for the body layer, that's all the highlights I needed to draw. Let's merge this down. And let's take a look at this. Nice, but this is supposed to be merged with this, with the wing as well. Yeah, look at that. You can see her silhouette. Neat. And where's the background? Here. Now, am I done? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. I have to do now the darker scales. You know, the areas of the of her body that will be shaded. We will have some shadow there. So let's now pick this and this. And let's basically start everything all over again, just in different areas now and with a darker color. And I really hope I am doing this right, because if I am not, when I do the actual shading on her and I find that the scales are not done right, then I'm gonna have to go back all the way to this stage of progress. Anyway. I suppose we should have some darkness here. Gotta follow the curvature of her neck. Okay. That's not it. Yes, I think that works. Now, out of the stuff I have just done here, the only thing I need is this here. It's this zone. That is all I need. So let's very carefully erase absolutely everything. I need to check something on her reference sheet. She's supposed to have these tiny plates, these tiny scales on the plates of her underbelly too. That is how it is working on this reference. Well, whether that is actually the case or not, I will not do it, at least not now. Mostly because all of this is completely misshaped and there's too many scales there. Diane, my dear, I do apologize, but I will have to remove your head. And your eyes. Oh no! Oh no, I made her lose her head. I think I can switch to number 100 now. Aha! I knew it. There's still some scales up here somewhere. They gotta go. There we go, that's better. Let's switch to a soft round brush. And tweak. Tweak, tweak, tweak. Good. Now lock. Switch. Actually, no, I'm not going to change the color of that just yet. For now, let's just save. And drink water. Let's make a new layer. What is in this layer, by the way? It's stuff that I don't need, but I'm going to keep that there for now. Let me name this body scales dark. Should I be drawing these here? I guess, but not at this scale. Actually, I believe I know exactly what I should be doing. Gotta add some of these dark scales to the leg as well. And here, behind this leg. And some more too, right here. Yes. Now let's change the shape a bit. Okay. Okay, that's too much over there. Not good. Yes, that's better. Now we can erase everything that is not supposed to be here. This is the very first time that I use these scale brushes on a full dragon. So far, the only other time that I have ever used these brushes before was on a YCH. Was this here. And I only ever used it 3 times on basically only one picture. This one here, which was a sample, and this one here. Never ever again until now. So even though those were technically 3 pictures, this is still technically only the second time that I am using these brushes, and it's the first time that I am using it on a full body. So I am, by all accounts, still learning how to use these. And Diane here is being my guinea pig, or in this case, my guinea dragoness. She's being a test bed. Okay, at this part here, I'm going to need a soft round brush, so let's not touch that just yet, not with this brush. Let's skip it. Okay, that's good. Back to the eraser and a soft round brush, not too big. I should do it. That's the wrong tool. That was not the eraser. I have been bamboozled by myself. Yeah, that looks good. Let's save this. Should I add some darker scales around here? Maybe not, because her head should be blocking most of that. Yeah, let's not. Okay, let's merge this down with the other layer there. Nice. Let's make a new one, save, and change brushes again. The next part is going to be her tail. So I reckon there should be some here. Gotta do it right. And again, keeping in mind the shape of her tail. And, as always, the position, the location of the light source. And how much light / shadow is being cast on this area. Also, these scales should be smaller now, not that big. I might have broken it. It's not a good transition though. No.
Ooh, I've been creeping under your skin for so long. Ooh, I am in your head, so tell me, is it wrong? Oh, you fell under my spell, so well, oh, you fell.
No, that is not working. It will work here. Let's see, 175. No, it's got to be smaller. 100. Now let's switch it back to the larger scales. This one here. And reintroduce them to this part of the tail. And let's run them a little further into those smaller ones. So hopefully these two will overlap nicely. Oh, what the frick, I accidentally clicked on the wrong brush. Ah. There. My god, that's so much magenta going everywhere. Let's sort that out. Cruella of you would like to know your location. She wouldn't even need 100 dragons for that. Only one would suffice. And there would be a lot of leftovers. Cruella would only just need to figure out a how. Because, you know, he's a dragon. It's more likely the dragon would make a coat out of Cruella than Cruella make a coat out of the dragon. Almost done with this. There. You know, there's so much of this that instead of just simply using the eraser and carefully, painstakingly erasing all of this stuff, I'm just going to use a selection. Yeah, I messed up the selection. Ah, balls. Gonna have to start over. Here. Oh, pianist, are you there? Can you solve me a quick doubt, please? So, these soft scales she has. Hold on a second. There might be some scales up there that are not supposed to be there. Just a moment. Let's fix this with a soft round brush. Yeah, there we go, that's better. Okay, so these soft scales she has. Oh, the ones I'm drawing here, I'm doing them based on this reference you sent. Ain't this fun? But on this one, she has those same scales on the plates of her underbelly. Is she actually supposed to have the exact same type of scales there? Or not? You see them here? And also there on the membrane of the wing, and the actual face and the wings themselves. Are these actually supposed to be there? So you know, these, she's not this color, of course. Anyway, let's see what this looks like so far. Yeah, I think it's looking good. Let's merge down. Make a new layer, save. And now do the leg. It's a very old reference, so I just needed to use default Photoshop texture brush for those scales. Ah, I see. So technically, she's not really supposed to have those on these plates too. Okay. Yeah, because I was wondering. It doesn't really make, at least from my perspective, it doesn't really make much sense to have these scales on the plates because they are plates. Alright then, thank you. And the fudge was I going to do? Right, the leg. And dragon scales, here. Here we go. No problem. It's best to ask here and now than to send a note on the A and wait for the reply. Because I would have otherwise. After all, I do want all of this to be as good as I can make it. Only to then, a few years from now, when I am much better than I am now, only to then I look back at it and be like, ugh. Yeah. Because that is basically the reaction I usually have when I look at stuff that I drew back in like 2009, 2010, for instance. Like whenever I go back and look at the very first time that I drew Michael Braveheart, my Dragon OC, internally I'm always like, ugh. Because he looks so ugly. By my current standards, of course. But I mean, like, seriously, here, let me show you. Let's open this one here, and this one here, which is the latest of him. And let's go back and find the very first time that I drew him. Where is that? Ah, here. And I guess this one here too. So when I compare this, and this was the very first time that I drew him. Well, actually, kind of this was technically the second one. The first one, he did not have the mane, but regardless, it's the same picture. I compare this here to stuff like this and this. Oh my god, he's so cute here. I cannot look at this and say, oh wait, this looks great. No, I always look at this and go like, ugh, it looks so ugly. But at the time when I drew this, it was great. It was the best thing that I could do. It is, isn't it, Dragon Boy? Oh my, what's wrong with me? I'm so sorry. Pianist. That's because Dragon Boy types a lot in chat. I am always responding to him. Anyway. So yeah, and it's still the same character, basically still the exact same design too, just much better now. But yeah, you know, if even this here, in a few years from now, when I am better, I'm gonna go back and look at this and, well, this one I'll probably not gonna go like, ugh. But I'll definitely look back at this and just think, wow, this looks so much inferior to what I can do now. You know, and that's the magic of art. You don't really see your improvement, you don't really feel it most of the time. You only really see and feel it when you look back at stuff you drew years back. Hey Rip Day, happy Sunday, welcome to the stream, thank you for joining. Hope you're doing well, and better than me at least. What was I saying? So yeah, you don't really notice your improvements until a few years later when you look back at your older stuff, and then you see it. And that is awesome. A bit annoying sometimes, to be quite honest with you, because it would be great if we could feel and notice the improvements as we go. It certainly would help a lot with motivation in sometimes. But it's not too bad as it is. Yeah, this here is so. I'm not very happy with this one here. I think I can fix it with this eraser, just a bigger size. Not really fix it, but you know, tweak it, improve it. Of course, here. Now let's switch to a hard round brush. Not gonna lie, these songs, they make me want to play Rocket League. And I suck at that game. Yeah. It's a fun game, but I am terrible at it. Now, having said that, I tried playing some Rocket League earlier today. Oops, what the hell did I press? I played some Rocket League earlier today before I started the show. And I tried one of those automatic daily tournaments. I actually won. I won my first tournament. It wasn't a big victory, I only got gold, but it was something. Particularly considering the fact that on the semi-finals and on the final, I was basically playing a 2v3. You know, 2 players versus 3 players when it's actually supposed to be 3 versus 3. And what happened was, one of the guys in my team, he went completely AFK on the second game on the very first semi-final. We lost the first game, then he went AFK on the second one, and he just remained AFK all the way until he just didn't join the game anymore when we started the final. But thankfully, me and my teammate managed to face other 2 teams on the semifinals and finals and beat them. We lost the first game of the semifinal, but we won all others. It was actually very, very exciting. That's everything. Okay, I think this here is good to be merged down. Wait. Have I even shaped this correctly? Shouldn't this be more like this? No, it shouldn't. My god, how many elections do you have there per year? Excuse me. Now the next scales that I'm going to add for the shading are going to be here on the back of her flank / leg. So elections on all 16 states every 5 years. So they don't have their elections all on the same day. Is that what happens? That's why you have more elections now. Just for a different state, of course. They're on different dates. Okay, yeah, so that's what I just said. Yeah, to me it sounds a bit odd. It's not really odd, it's just different. Because here in my country, for example, where we have elections every 4 years. Every 4 years for mayor, and a few other things that I can't remember right now. And 2 years later, after the mayoral elections, then there's the presidential elections, which also elect the state governors, and those are held every 4 years. But because of how they are spaced, we technically have elections every 2 years. It's just that every 2 years, one is for mayor and other, I think, senators too. And then 2 years later is the presidential elections. So like this year, for example, we are going to have elections for mayor, and then 2 years later, we're going to have more new elections for president and governor. But what I'm trying to say is that these elections, they happen all on the same date, all across the country. So when you go to vote for president and governor, for example, you do it all on the same day in all states. The left is out. Nice. I guess we can say the left got left out, but I suck. You know who sucks more at jokes than me? Google. Tell me a dad joke.
Who isn't allowed in the zoo's quiz team? The cheetah.
Again, the exact same one as earlier. See how she sucks? The Google Assistant sucks. Do you have a dad joke? Tell us. I like dad jokes. Just not Google's. That one is not good at jokes. Anyway, my point has been proven. There is someone or something in this case that sucks at jokes more than I do. Yeah. Anyway, let me drink some water and see what I'm doing here. Oh, that's not what you meant. Oh, you know who has some good jokes? The bot on Dragon Rounds. Let's see, what's the command? Was it slash or exclamation? Ah, it's slash. Why did the knife dress up in a suit? Because he wanted to look sharp. That's not a very good one, is it? Let's try another one. I think circles are pointless. Yeah, well, that is technically true. That one is that you know that one actually was good. They are indeed very pointless. Why even have them? Alright, that looks good. Let's merge it down. New layer, save, and make more. Let's increase the size of this brush to 125. I have like the joke, the one about the circus fire. I might have heard that one, but I don't really recall. Tell us. You mentioned, now you have to tell. Oh, wait a minute, I'm not doing this right. Hold on. This is supposed to be like that? I'm not sure. Okay, this needs to be smaller. Is it here? I heard it was intense. Why are these stupid jokes so good? I don't know, maybe it's the age. That is not a bad one. Let's see if Google Assistant has a better one now that she got the same one out of the gate twice. Tell me a dad joke.
Who isn't allowed in the zoo's quiz team? The cheetah.
Seriously? My girl, that's the third time in a row you tell the exact same bad joke. It's not even funny. The other one is not even funny. Ay, ay, ay. Very bad. That bot would be a terrible stand-up comedian. There. Now, let's erase it. Click the wrong thing. I do that a lot. I click a lot of wrong things all the time. I do not like it. Excuse me. That's so many elections. Alright, for this here, I will need a soft round brush. Yeah, there we go. Now I can go back to the hard one. Somewhat random. It does sound random. Any particular reason as to why they are not held all on the same date? Wouldn't that save a lot of money too? You know, kind of like organizing a party for siblings. If they are born in different dates, then I have to spend money on two different parties. But if they were born in the same day, then you could make only one party and then spend money only on one party. Which, fun fact, me and my brother, we both have our birthdays on the exact same day of the exact same month, May 26th. The only difference is 8 years of difference between us. But yeah, on our birthday, when we made parties anyway, or any kind of celebration, we only had to do one. It's a lot cheaper. Got autonomy in some fields. You know, Brazil is supposed to have that kind of thing, where the states... Brazil is technically, officially actually, a federation, at least on paper. So states here should have some autonomy too, but they do not. Because there's always that one branch of the government, sometimes two, that always say that no, you cannot think for yourself, states. No, that is against democracy. Their words, not mine. And oftentimes when a state tries to pass some local law for just that state, Then there's also that one branch of the government with that one guy that has a head that looks like an egg. And no matter how beneficial the law is, they revoke it. Anyway, I should stop before I get too political and angry. Alright, let's take a look at this. Oh, that is looking good, guys. Look at this. If I bring back all of these other scales that I have already drawn. Oh, I like this. Me like it. But I'm not done. Alright, let's merge this down. New layer, save. And the next dark area that I need to add scales should be this leg and this arm of the wing. Just so I would not get myself confused, let's hide all of these scales for now. Now let's switch brushes because I need the larger scales now. Here, the 175, that's the one I need. At least I think so. It suddenly looks so much bigger. No, maybe this is the wrong brush. Maybe I do need the 125. Doesn't look quite right. The annoying thing is that this one doesn't look quite right either. Maybe what is missing here is the warping. No, no, no. Let's go with these smaller ones. There's another important thing too that I need to bear in mind. I cannot overdo on the amount of scales I add here. Otherwise, it will not look very natural, even if she's supposed to be 100% covered in scales. Which she is because she's a dragon. Dragoness. But anyway, point is, if I overdo with his effect, it's just going to be overkill and it's not going to look very good. So I need to be careful. Like here, I think a little less on the top might be better. And I really hope I am doing this right, because if I am not, It's going to be a nightmare for me to shade her properly. No, 19 is too small. Yeah, sure, let's go with 50. A little too big, but it fits here and it will get the job done quicker. I would like to finish at least these scales on the body layer today. Frick, I did the same mistake again. And on the exact same spot too. Now we switch to a soft round brush and we finish erasing this. There's still stuff here that is... No! That's actually fine. What is good, Drifting? Something tells me you are not talking about the song. Not gonna lie, guys, she actually does not look bad with those crimson scales down there. Though, of course, she's not supposed to have that color there. Not at all. Alpha the Dragon on Picarto, hello, happy Sunday, thank you for joining. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Maybe I should add a little bit of this to her paw? No, that would be a little bit overkill. Let's not do that there. Instead, let's see, I've done this leg, I've done this leg. Oh yes, the wing. So new layer, save. Alright, I do have the right brush. I lied. This is the wrong brush. I need this one, I think. There, now we add some of this here. And we slowly progress upwards. Though actually, no, hold up. I gotta remove some of this. Thank you very much, Alva. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I could be better, but I've been worse. I'm definitely way better today than I was yesterday. There. So now what I'm going to do here is switch back to those smaller scales. There. I'll just increase the size of the brush. Do your math. How dare you, Reptile? You know I suck at math. Yeah. I cannot do math to save my life. No math, just art. I'm gonna keep arting And that's a word now. Excuse me. Okay, maybe 175 is too big of a brush. So let's drop this to 100. I actually didn't even read the numbers you want me to do math on. Let's see, party seats, SPD 32, AFD 30, BSW 14, CDU 12, 44 are needed to create a majority coalition. Am I supposed to do 32 plus 30 plus 14? I'm gonna be honest, I am paying zero attention to those numbers. So fluffy by me. Okay, I'm curious, what is this? That's weird. Yeah, that's a bit weird. Yeah, that's too weird for me. Oh my god. It's cute. Just weird. Just look at the beautiful little twinkly stars are going on a lovely midnight walk. I can really do that here. For one, the sky's completely covered in smoke from fires, and two, if I go out for a walk at midnight, I'm gonna be robbed. Not a good thing here. And that's just gonna make me even more sad. Anyway, let's let's work on these darkest scales here. And again, I really hope I am making these right, because if I am not, when it's time to shade, that's gonna be a nightmare. There. Okay, I think that would do. Now let's save. Always remember to frequently save a progress, whatever you are doing, because you never know when something might go wrong and you will lose your stuff. Alright, let's now erase everything that is not meant to be here. Actually, I should start with the borders. Let's begin here. And with a smaller brush on the eraser. Now here, for this part, now we use a soft brush. Not as weird as your Nightmare TF2 video. The mod still makes me shudder. It does this. It gives the same effect to me ripping. I find the video funny, but also weirdly disturbing. And I mean, I suppose that was the intention of the author. So kudos to the person who made that. He succeeded. The video is just a bit cringe. I think that was the point. Oh, the one I just clicked there? Yeah, it was. You know what? I actually saw that comic on X a couple days ago. The comic itself... Hey, Alva, thank you so much for the follow. That is super appreciated. What was I saying? Right. The comic itself is not too bad. It's nothing I bothered to even give a what's it called again? Give a heart to the thing on X. But the comic itself is okay for the most part. I think what is wrong with that video is mostly the narration. It's just weird. But you know what isn't weird and is actually very, very wholesome as far as comic reads go on YouTube? What's the name of the guy again? I think it's Tone Shift. Yes, I think it is Tone Shift. His voicing of the How to Be a Dragon comics. Yeah, let me show you one of those. So the comics that I'm talking about are these here. These here, they are very fun. They are cute too. And it's all about dragons. Oh, nice crack. Actually, Tone Shift just uploaded a video of this comic a couple days ago. And I love these. Let me see if I can find it. His are great. I think it is Tone Shift. How to Be a Dragon. Yes, it's this one. These are not cringe. All completely on the opposite of that. And good editing too.
There. I have slain your enemy. I will take this head to my horde as a trophy. Fly off now and make yourselves useful. Huh? You're still scared?
It's so cute. I love it.
Actually, I will have you guard my horde tonight.
I love these. They are really good. But yeah, the ones this guy makes, those are not cringe at all. Completely on the contrary. That channel is actually one of the very few that I ever bothered to use the bell for notifications. You know the gist. Subscribe and smash that like and smash that bell. Yeah. Actually, I hate when people do that on their videos. Anyway, that is one of the very few channels that I actually use the bell for notifications. Because it is not worth it. It is worth it. Oops, missed that spot there. There we go. Now I should be able to use a selection here to erase all of this more easily. Let's save first. I don't think I do, Riptang. Especially if the channel is German. Or if I do, I don't recall by name. So there's that. Ah, this is looking very, very good. Okay, merge down. Perfect. And again, guys, yes, I know the colors are wrong. These scales are not supposed to be crimson like that. I will change that color later. The reason why it is this color now is just so I can actually see them, because if I start making these with the color they are supposed to be, I'm not gonna see anything because they will blend too much. Yeah, let me show you. Now let's switch to the color they are supposed to have. Well, not there. Right here. See? They blend. Not so much because this is the shaded areas, but they still blend. Kick a flip note mentioned. Well, Pianist Dragon knows. Let's take a look. Oh, I've seen videos from this channel before. If I'm not mistaken, all of these animations are made in Flipnote Studio on a Nintendo DS or 3DS. Unless there's a PC version of the thing, I don't know. It's cute. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna subscribe. And I'm gonna smash the bell! Yeah. There we go, another one of the few channels that I have notifications on for. Now, where was I? Right. I'm doing the darker scales on the wing. Let's make a new layer here. That is the wrong layer. I mean, brush. That is the wrong brush. Where's my dragon scale brushes? There they are. Now let's see, where am I supposed to put these? Besides the inside of the wing, of course. Like, should there be any of them here? No, no, that area is too exposed to light. No. I guess here. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. Let's just drop the size of this brush to 100. And let's see if this is the size that I need. I am on the right layer, right? I think I am. And let's make this brush smaller. I might need to warp this just a little bit. There. Oh, that was too much over here. That should do it. Let's fine-tune this with a soft round brush on the eraser. Let's say 45, no, 100, yes. I lied. 150. Yeah, that'll do. Alright, let's now remove all of this excess. We don't want to attract Cruella de Vil here. And again, if we do, well, we'll probably end up getting rid of her. Okay, let's see, 50 is too big. Drop to 30. There we go. Nice and easy. I messed up. Frick. I went a little too far beyond the line art. Not really, but it was dangerously close past the border of the line art. So just to make sure I didn't erase any single pixel that I am not supposed to, I might as well start this area over. Almost done. Almost. Nice. Now here, because apparently I have added scales over here too, and that is not good. Now, even though there's apparently no visible scales here, I am going to run the eraser all along this line down here just to be sure. I don't want anything out of place. It's bad enough that my room is a mess. I don't need my art to be a mess too. Alright. Let's make the selection now. And remove that excess. And the yeet. Yeah, that is looking fine. Merge down. Pretty good. Let's save. Now, is this it for the wing? Well, for this wing. Yeah, maybe. As far as these scales are concerned, I think that's it. So the next step now is going to be color these scales properly. So let's switch to the color they are supposed to have on the lighter areas. I said lighter areas, but these are not really lighter areas. They're just completely different colored. Yeah. Anyway, point is, this is supposed to... Wait. What layer is this? What's going on here? Hold on. Why did I make the test scales visible again? No. See, I almost messed myself. Almost messed myself up. There we go. Go back to 100%. Let's be very careful not to color any of the scales that are on the marking there. Assuming there's any there. Now over here there are, so let's not go there. Now what the hell am I talking about? This. That. I gotta be careful not to do that. Otherwise, the effect is going to be ruined. And the only thing ruined around here that I am willing to allow is my cooking. Now there's something that would never work out. Me doing a cooking live stream. I can't cook. I mean, I know how to make something, so it's not for not knowing how to do something that I would ever starve. But I mean, I don't think I can really call that cooking. Hold on, let's hide this layer. This layer. Yes, this layer. Okay, I think I can now switch over to a much larger brush. Let's go all the way up to 500 immediately. No, that is too big. Let's do 100 for now. 500 only later. Alright, now we can go to 500. And save. Give it a moment to save. There we go, it's done. And let's take a closer look at what I have just done. Yeah, there. See those scales there? Yeah, there's. I bit my tongue. God damn it. They are so. They are subtle, but they are there. I have the lighting here, right? Scales for lighting. I have the layer was simply hidden. Derp. And yeah, look at that. Also, it's gonna help if I give her head back. Yeah, there we go. Also, your eyes. There we go. That's much better. Much better. Now, obviously, one, this isn't finished, and two, assuming I am doing these scales correctly, they are going to look way better when I do the actual shading on her. But I am still a little far away from shading. Let's go here to the body, this layer here, body scales, light. And I will have to remove. Wait, do I have to remove these? Or do I just recolor them? Yeah, I do have to remove them. Okay, let's remove these. But very carefully, not to erase anything that I am not supposed to. This brush will do. Yeah, that is looking better. Now if I make this layer visible, now that works. That works. Okay, let's save. Give it a moment to save. Saving, done. Let's see. On the body layer, is there anything else that I have to do regarding the scales? Or is this ready for me to move on? By the way, I don't know if you can hear it, but remember that time when I talked about those annoying crickets that I have right outside my window? They are not that pleasant kind that goes cree, cree, cree. You know, that kind? No, the ones I have here, they are very loud, really high pitched, and it's a constant noise. It's always all the time. And I bet you guys can hear that thing outside. Like, that thing, I don't know where that cricket is, but it's outside. It's far from the microphone. I am listening to music with my headphones and I can hear that thing very loudly as if it was inside my room. I hate those things. I actually got headaches a few times because of those annoying pests. Give me a second, I'm going to close my window to try and reduce a bit of that noise. My god, it's even louder now that I don't have my headphones on. Hold on a second. And you know what? I think that cricket is not even in my backyard now. I think that one is on the neighbor. So loud. Sometimes they annoy me so much that I commit cricketcide. That is to say, I go outside with a can of bug spray and I spray everywhere. It oftentimes works. And then, you know, when you are in a silent place, there's that kind of silence that just gives you a lot of pleasure. You hear a bunch of nothing and you are like, silence. You know, the kind. Yeah, that's how I feel when I manage to shut them up permanently. At least until a few more spawn. Anyway. Let's see, what am I gonna do here next? You know what, I think for her body, that is it. Well, the main part of her body, because I still gotta do this part of her neck, her head, the right legs, the scales on the right wing. And yeah, there's still those, but those are all separate layers. All of what I have done here so far was just for the main body. And what I mean by that is this. I forgot the line art. Oops. Body markings, body colors. Okay. These here. These three layers, which when I merge all of them together before I do the shading, are going to become only one layer. But for the scales, I needed them to be all separate like this. Point is, all of these scales that I have just drawn, they are all for just this one layer. Technically one layer. It's going to be one layer. Anyway, the head, the wing there, and those other two legs, they are different layers. But I don't think I'm going to be doing these today, because I am getting a bit tired. And as you saw, these scales, although fun to make, they do take some time to do. And I still have a lot of them to make. Besides everything else, of course, I still gotta finish these paw prints on the snow. This is very much unfinished. It's close to being finished, but unfinished. Anyway, so this is going to take some time. And I am getting hungry. It is not getting late yet, but I do need to use the bathroom again. But that's what happens when you drink too much water to stay hydrated. Which, speaking of, give me a second. Good. Good water. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that I think I'm going to wrap up here for today. But of course, if God allows me, I will continue this on the next Short Sunday next week. Although it may not look like much, I think I can say I actually have done quite a bunch of progress on this. So for instance, if I hide the background here and her body, let's hide just the colors of her body. See, it becomes more clear, all of the scales that I have drawn here. So yeah, I think this was quite some good progress for today. It certainly took a while. Okay, let's make these visible again. There we go. Bit by bit, scale by scale, pixel by pixel. Our Lady Diane here is becoming prettier and prettier. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I am way happier with this background than I was with this one here. It's not that this one was bad, but it just, for me at least, it wasn't working out. The scene was not working out. This one looks much nicer. And when finished, when everything's shaded, I still think I need to do something about these trees here. I still think they could be a bit better. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do, but I want to do something. Anyway, what is? When finished, I'm hoping anyway, this is going to look very good. I'm also still not fully decided on whether or not I actually do want a day scene or something like, I don't know, sunset or sunrise. Well, not that color, of course. Yeah, darker sky to be like sunset time or maybe sunrise. You know, something to make it look prettier. I like pretty. I like doing landscapes. Actually, so much so that if you go on my DA and you look at my art, you will find that basically almost everything that I draw has a lot of landscape in it. Landscape, 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 landscape. Although these are basically the same. This is just a landscape. Also this is basically a landscape that has a pony in it. But yeah, I like landscapes. It's very nice because I like nature a lot. I do. So I actually have a lot of fun drawing landscapes. Anyway, point is, I like pretty landscapes. But the background is probably going to be one of the last things that I'm actually going to be finishing of this picture. Alright, so what do I believe is going to be the next things that I'm going to be doing on the next Short Sunday on this work here, on this artwork? Draw her scales. That's one thing, very important. I think I will start with the scales for the right wing and her right legs, plus her head, of course. And from there, I think I can move on to work some more on the paw prints on the snow. And then I think I can merge her layers so I can shade her. Yes, I think besides that, all I gotta do is shade the background and, well, basically finish the background. It's unfinished too. But yeah, I think my priority for the next Short Sunday is going to be the scales on her right side there. The wing, the head, and the other two legs. Decide whether or not I'm gonna do any of these scale effects on her paws, because as for now I haven't done it, except a little bit over here. And then work on the paw prints. I think these are my priorities for the next Short Sunday. It's probably going to take the entire show to make those, but it's fine. So long as I make progress, that's what matters. But anyway, for today, this is gonna be everything. And as always, everyone, I thank you so much for joining today's show. I hope you enjoyed and had fun. And thank you so much for staying around for this long if you are still here. Thank you for your patience. And thank you for your attention too. So everyone, have a great week. And until we meet again. Oh, by the way, I might stream on this next Wednesday. And hopefully finally finish that playthrough of The Legend of Spyro The Eternal Nights for the Game Boy Advance. I was supposed to be done already. I did not expect that game to be as long as it is. Or maybe I just suck. Point is, hopefully I'll be finishing it this next Wednesday, if I do stream on Wednesday. But if I do, it's going to be this on the same time as a Gaming Friday usually is, so 7 PM Eastern Time. Anyway, I might stream on Wednesday, might not. No promises. Regardless, thank you all so much for joining today's stream. I hope you enjoyed and had fun. Have a great weekend? No, the weekend is ending now. Fudge, I just made myself sad. Have a great week, everyone. Thank you so much. And until we meet again on the next stream, God bless you all. Stay safe and healthy. Sleep well when you go to bed, and as always, dream of dragons. Hopefully I'll see you again very soon. Bye bye, everyone. Bye, Alva. Bye, Pianist. Bye, Reptane. Bye, everyone. See you soon. Dream of dragons. See you.
Present some problems and we don't know what to do. You've come to find your feelings and exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you don't turn up. Go bad and taking trips because I'll turn your trips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. Citrus can seem quite big if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let them on my opinion of such enough. Bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and set it not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the fact. I said if you could fix the failings of the current paradigm, we would have a hero who's supposed to be elusive and on time. Just on time. And then we would all contrive new conflicts, you know. So bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and set it not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the show. Do bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let them on my opinion. Stipulations placed before you to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more. Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at their foes. Cling against the torment claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just glow. Don't wait or play to indecision. Don't bet on taking trips because you've got to be more grand. You got to think ahead and carry out the things you planned. Citrus can be your fears when you can see the puzzles lay. Don't quit on hopes or dreams when you have simply got to chin up. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll only drag you down. You got to keep on sailing even when you want to frown. The world will keep on turning without matter where you land. You might as well be running when your feet should hit the sand. Because they'll turn your trips to trash.